This is from distinguished Senator Patrick Ndubueze. His notice of passing on to glory of his father-in-law, Mercy Innocent Beke, and he's writing to all distinguished senators that with gratitude to God, he wishes to inform the distinguished senators of the passing of the patriarch Beke family of Umuebi in Amazu, autonomous community of Abombise. He retired from the services of the National Orthopedic Hospital in Enugu, transitioned at the age of 78 years, a devoted family man, a pillar of strength and a beacon of wisdom, a man, according to him, who speaks the truth to authority, whose legacy of love, integrity, and service shall continue to inspire generations to come. He was a limitless source of strength to him and to the extended family, and a great mentor. So to everybody who knew him, Mercy Beke truly lived an exemplary life, characterized by steadfast dedication, particularly to his family and the entire community, but also to his community, a very vocal man. Mercy Beke will be buried on Friday, 27th day of June, at his country home, Umuebi Amazu community in Abombise, Imo State. So distinguished Senator Patrick Ndubueze invites all distinguished senators who are opportune to please show their presence and pay final respect to this public servant. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Senator Tony Woye, Senator Victor Ume, they are to join the Southeast Development Commission as members to contribute their quota towards the building of the Southeast. Senator Peter Gia also will join the North Central Development Commission to add his quota towards the development of the North Central. Senator Rufai Hanga will join the Senate Committee on Northwest to also add his quota towards the development of the Northwest. Distinguished colleagues, this is communication from Mr. President. Decline of Assent, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Amendment Bill 2025. Pursuant to Section 58(4) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1998 into the confiscated and forfeited properties account. In addition to these, payments to the relevant organization responsible for recoveries can only be made by the President, subject to the approval of the Federal Executive Council and the National Assembly. There is no compelling reason to change the current process, which promotes transparency as it involves executive and legislative oversights. Please accept, distinguished President and distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest regards. Yours sincerely, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Leader of the Senate, you may approach the chair. Just one more announcement. Distinguished colleagues, retirement of Director of Senate Chamber, Mr. Omoniyi Abdul Wahid Olorishade, BSc Hons MBA. The outgoing Director of Senate Chamber joined the National Assembly Service in March 1993 as a university graduate on grade level 08 in the Planning, Research and Statistics Department, in which he made very meaningful contributions, particularly in the National Assembly rolling plan designs, monitoring evaluation of projects, and annual budget preparations. He was later posted to the Department of Finance and Accounts in 1995 as the administrative officer. His mandate was to reorganize and transform the then National Assembly Transport Division. This assignment was accomplished within a record time. The division was completely sanitized with straight records of all government properties. During this period, he was privileged to be appointed as a planning committee member of some international parliamentary conferences hosted by the federal government of Nigeria and indeed the National Assembly. For instance, the 30th session of ACP EU Abuja 2000, Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference Region Abuja, July 2001, Parliamentary Union in Abuja 2005, Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, and so forth. This was in September 2006. In 2005, he was posted to the Senate Department and later deployed to the Senate chambers to head the referral office. This office transmits all legislative correspondences to the following the House of Representatives, the clerk to the National Assembly, bills, secretary to the government of the Federation, petitions and motions, ministries, departments, and agencies, armed forces, Nigeria Police, and other paramilitary agencies, state governments, drafting of confirmation and appointments for the clerk of Senate office, and subsequent endorsement by the President of the Senate. With these legislative schedules, other vital assignments combined, and the chamber engagements, this enhanced his appointment as acting director of Senate Chambers in March 2016. He has significantly contributed to the growth and development of the legislative agenda, practices, and procedures in the Senate, in particular, and National Assembly as a whole. He was also opportune to be trained in legislative matters in Europe, America, Asia, Africa over the years. Mr. O.A. Olorisheda, the outgoing director of Senate Chambers, has handled the chamber's operations for over 7 years without blemish, in a with great repute for punctuality, dedication, and commitment, a team player, very passionate with chamber activities. In fact, the engine room of the Senate plenary sessions in terms of documentation regarding votes and proceedings, which I agree, compared to my previous experiences, have been remarkable. So he has worked here for 6 years. He retired as clerks of Senate in succession. He worked with about 6 clerks of Senate in quick succession. A complete gentleman and an epitome of Senate institutional memories. He wishes to express his appreciation to the President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, principal officers, and the entire members of the Nigerian Senate, staff, and the National Assembly as a whole for making his service years remarkable and very memorable. To God be the glory. He will surely miss the legislative arena, but whatever has a beginning must have an end. He exited the public service on Sunday, 15th day of June 2025, after attaining the mandatory age of 60 years. He wishes to thank the entire Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The clerk, we would like Mr. Omoniyi to come in for the last time to take a bow and receive notes from the Senate that he has served for so many years. Wow. Congratulations for serving your country meritoriously and retiring in good health. Regards to your family. The Senate will send a token of appreciation to you as you depart. So congratulations to the retired public servant Omoniyi Olorishade. We wish you the best and peace that passeth all understanding. Distinguished Senator Jimo Ibrahim, you will join the Southwest Development Commission as a member. Make contributions to the progress of the Southwest. Any petitions? Any petitions? Yes. Yes. Before the, let me just announce that the Mr. President has assented to your bill and has established two higher institutions of learning. So the bill for the amendment of the College of Education Act 2025 has been assented to, with the establishment of the Federal College of Education Special in Duku in Gombe State. Federal College of Education Duku in Gombe State. So let me use this opportunity to congratulate our colleagues from Gombe and all lovers of education, and particularly the good people of Dugu, and Nigerians who pass through this institution to obtain knowledge. We thank Mr. President for this gesture, and we look forward to education being used as a tool to fight insecurity in the country. So, the second bill is the amendment to the Orthopedic Hospitals Management Board Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. President has assented to it, and so the orthopedic hospital has now been established in Biliriri in Gombe State again. So we now have a federal orthopedic hospital at Biliriri in Gombe State. And this has been assented to by Mr. President. So once again, congratulations to the good people of Gombe State. Final announcement. Final announcement. Senator Kenneth Emeka Ize is also going to join the Southeast Development Commission as a member with a view to contributing his quota towards the development of the nation through this commission. The same way Senator Binus Yaro has also been added as a member of the Northeast Development Commission. Yes, point of order. Distinguished Senator Zamb, your voice is the loudest.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished colleagues, I am Senator Titus Zamb. I represent Benue Northwest Senatorial District, and I rise on Order 41 and 51, matter of urgent public importance. The matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of the day's sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definite and urgent. Order 51. Notice shall not be dispensed with in the case of a motion in respect of any other proceeding for which notice is required, except
Chairman Agric.
With the consent of the President of the Senate and
Senator
the general
Mustafa,
assent
Chairman Agric.
of the senators present.
Distinguished colleagues, Senator Titus Zamb had actually mentioned this issue to me, and I felt I should also seek your concurrence for him to bring it up as a matter of urgent national importance. Those in support that he be allowed, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may proceed.
My motion is titled Urgent Need for the Federal Government to Deploy More Troops to Yelewata and other communities of Benue State to restore law and order. The Senate notes with deep concern the dastard attack on the peaceful community of Yelewata in Guma local government area of Benue State, which occurred on the night of 13 June 2025, resulting in the tragic killing of over 200 innocent civilians, including women and children. Also notes that this unprecedented, tragic genocidal massacre at Yelewata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity. Concerned that this massacre reflects a continued pattern of insecurity, targeted killings, and displacement to rural communities, which recently happened at Aondana and Naka towns, both of Gwe West local government area in Benue State, within the span of 1 month, from which 50 lives were lost. Alarmed by the lack of timely intervention by the security agencies, which may have prevented or mitigated the loss of lives and property during the attacks, laments the seeming inability of Benue State government to utilize the available huge security resources at its disposal to safeguard the people of Benue State. Notes, however, with pleasure and commendation the timely intervention of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, who visited Benue State, directed the immediate release of relief materials by NEMA to the affected families, and ordered security agencies to carry out investigations, which have led to the arrest of several individuals suspected to be connected with the killings. The Senate therefore resolves as follows. 1. Commend Mr. President for directing the establishment of stakeholders committee to work for peace in Benue State. 2. Further commend Mr. President for encouraging the establishment of ranches as a permanent panacea to the herders farmers conflicts in the country. 3. Condemn in the strongest terms the massacre in Yelewata and all acts of mass violence against innocent civilians in Nigeria, wherever they are. 4. Urge security agencies to investigate and bring the perpetrators of this massacre to justice. 5. Call on the federal government to reconstruct the destroyed properties of the people, compensate them for the huge losses, and deploy more troops to the troubled areas in Benue State. And 6, observe a moment of silence in honor of the victims of the Yelewata massacre and other parts of Benue State. I so move, Mr. Senate President, distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Nengi.
Mr. President, my name is Senator Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central, Bauchi State. Mr. President, from the onset, on behalf of the people of Bauchi Central, we extend our profound condolences to the people of Benue State, and in particular, Yelewata. Mr. President, let me also commend my younger brother for seeing it fit to bring this motion, even after the president visited this scene. Mr. President, I personally would like to place a record in commending the president for finding time at that critical time, in that critical juncture, to avail himself the physical appearance and looking at happenings in Benue and its environs. Mr. President, the killing in Yelewata is pure terrorism, pure genocidal activity. And the president went there and promptly raised questions, even as he was received by the chief. And the president right there raised the question to the Inspector General of Police. IG, over 200 people massacred, are not even arrested. And Mr. President, that has been what we've been discussing for over 2 years. Every time we have these killings, at the end of the day, everything was swept under the carpet. Mr. President, we cannot continue in this manner. And I am sure for some of our colleagues that have also listened to the Tortif, you listen to the Tortif who made a very clear reference to what is happening in Benue. You equally listen to the governor who also made his own remarks. And between the comments of the Tortif and that of the governor, you could see a lot of lacuna. And consequently, therefore, there is no way, Mr. President, the leadership of a state will have such serious discrepancies when they are living in that state. I am not going to point fingers at who is wrong or who is right. But the fact of the matter, the political leadership of Benue must come together and address this problem. Mr. President, I just went to my house in Kaduna. The son of one of my workers, whom I had paid school fees in January, went to Yelwata from University of Agriculture, Bakodi, and he was killed. And I met the father waiting for me to give him transfer fare to go and take his son for burial from the mortuary. This is the story that we've been devil. Young men, most of those killed young men at their prime, over 200. Now, we sit down here and believe, and we do have committees. We do have national security, we do have army, we do have air force, we have police, we have this and that. Mr. President, we cannot sit here and allow the president to do his job and do ours. Our job, after what happened in Yelwata, was to have our people on the ground asking questions. Because questions have been raised, and more questions have been raised. There is no way 200 people will just perish at a go. And then the perpetrators will just vanish. Are they angels? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Whether they are Nigerians, whether they are Cameroonians, whether they are hiders, whether they are cheap militias, Mr. President, it's our duty. It's a duty of the legislature to have a combined force to be in Yelwata. Yes, the president didn't go to Yelwata, and going forward, there should have been no limit to where the president should go. Whether bad roads, whether insecurity, the president as a commander-in-chief, those minded should make sure the president would have been there. But he was in Plateau, and that was in Benue. That was really commendable. He has shown exemplary leadership, and he has begun to go everywhere. Now, how do we partner with him? What do we do? I know we've been incapacitated as a parliament. There is no way we go to a water without a chopper. Now, do we have money to hire a chopper? That is one. The security agencies that are supposed to supervise, when the president raised this issue to the Inspector General of Police, is there no arrest? From the Inspector General of Police, now you take it to the Commissioner of Police. Commissioner of Police, no arrest. Commissioner of Police, also DPO, no arrest. And from there, you find those people who are liable. We cannot continue, even though our servicemen have been killed left, right, and center. But we must ask questions. And this chamber must be able to equip, get more people to these services. Today, as I woke up, 20 soldiers were alleged to have been killed today. And they got killed almost on a daily basis. And when they got killed, who comes out, who takes care of their family? So these are things I think a legislative body like ours should be able to be equipped in getting some answers and in getting resolved, in making sure all these contracts, spending everywhere, the first and foremost, most important thing is security. If there is no security, what are you going to do with the money when there is no promise of tomorrow? So I think, Mr. President, I thank DAMS for this culture. And this is a very serious thing, particularly as it affects our committee that supervises security agencies. I'm a member of the police affairs. I wouldn't mind, Mr. President, if tomorrow I'm in the team to go to your water. I'm ready. And that's how we must sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's a very touchy issue. And I believe every Nigerian feels the same way. Deputy Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Baraj Jibrin Kanunos. First of all, let me commend my colleague for bringing forward this motion. And I want to extend my condolences and sympathies to the people of Benue State as a whole, the government and the people of Benue State, and the particular area that this incident took place. And we hope that those who lost their lives will rest in perfect peace. That said, I also want to commend Mr. President for taking the matter seriously because he had to go to Benue himself to try to see the situation, by himself and to also address the issue, which he did. He prompted the security agencies to begin work, more intensively in order to unravel those behind the atrocity that took place. And without, trying to rubbish the contribution of my colleague as to the effort of the security agency or as to the order that was issued by Mr. President that the culprit must be unraveled, they must be discovered. The police went into action and several of them, over 30, right? 51 have so far been arrested. And I think the IG had a press conference yesterday to state this very important fact. And the entire thing is a work in progress. Everything is going on in order to deal with the matter. So the government is really doing its best to make sure that those who committed this heinous crime are discovered and brought to book so that they can face justice. So the president is doing very well. He's on top of the situation. The police is on top of the situation. In fact, all the security agencies, the DG, DSS is doing his best. We know about this. We know about this. So all we need to say now is to encourage and try to do more to our security agents, our men and women in uniform, our gallant men and women in uniform who are doing their best to deal with this matter. In fact, another angle was even added to it. There were two people from my state who traveled down there, and they were also killed. And we also lend our voice to that, so that those who did that should also be arrested. The entire scenario is really not something that we are happy about. But what we need to do at this period is to continue to support our armed forces, support the police, support all the security agencies to unravel those who are behind these atrocities so that it can be brought to justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dismissed Senator Asuku Ekpenyong.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Asuko Ekpenyong, Senator representing Cross River South, and I rise today in solidarity with my colleague, Senator Titus Zam, and I wish to convey the condolences of the good people of Cross River South to the good people of Benue State. Your Excellency, most of what I wanted to mention have just been mentioned by the Deputy Senate President. I rise in totality to condemn this destructive act of terrorism that occurred on the 13th of June this year. Your Excellency, when you take into account that it is said that over the course of one night, 200 men, women, and children were killed without any identification of the perpetrators at the time, is a cause for concern. I would like to specifically commend Mr. President on the actions he has taken thus far and the subsequent arrest of over 51 people who are said to have caused this dastardly act. But Mr. President, the loss of one life is a loss too many, and we must now focus on proactive steps instead of corrective steps. We need to get to the root cause of this problem that keeps on reoccurring in Benue. This is a repeated act. I think on at least 2 other occasions over the last 2 months, we have had reports about massacres in Benue State. Once again, I say we must get to the root cause of this problem. Is it a struggle for land? Is it a struggle for the resources beneath the land? It is important that we uncover this. That is the only way we can solve this problem sustainably. Mr. President, I think that this Senate should refer this matter to one of our standing committees, or if possible, even set up an ad hoc committee, because this is a recurrent issue, to investigate the root cause and prefer solutions. I thank Senator Ningi, who mentioned that at any time he's willing to go to Yelewata on a physical inspection. I myself remain available for that exercise or that assignment. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
Distinguished Senator Jimo Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Jimo Folorunso Ibrahim. I represent Ondo South. Let me fundamentally engage discussion in this matter. But before then, let me thank the Senate as a body for approving security summits in this plenary. Mr. Senate President, when matters are like this, we have to discuss them. And as a matter of fact, the fact that we have a security summit coming up in this in the country, organized by the Senate, is very, very fundamental. And I think even the embodiment of the whole submission of my learned brother, distinguished Senator Zam, who had explained the incident in Benue, could be distilled into the security summit. Let me note two observations. One, it is fundamental to note that where there is no Leviathan, life will be short and brutal. But in Benue, we have the Leviathan, and it's very worrisome that in the face of the Leviathan in Benue, life of people are short and brutish. And I think this is completely unacceptable. So it is my own submission that the Senate as a body must look at Thomas Hobbes' thesis of the imperativeness of Leviathan. When there is no Leviathan, life will be short. But in Benue, we have the Leviathan, we have the hegemonic leaders in Benue, yet life is brutish. And I think we need to go into the structure, the apparatus of security in Benue, and come up with some restructuring. It's not about deployment of military men and whatever alone. It is that we must use technology. And I'll be emphasizing this at the floor of the plenary, that the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change. It must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring of security. We can never do less. We cannot continue to, be in pains or share interminable inquests over the mistake of the past. Some of them are useful in the historical context to teach us the way forward. And I think the way forward, as far as I'm concerned, is that this Senate, the 10th Senate, has taken fundamental step. One, to organize a security summit. And I think the leader of the Senate, the Senator Okwebamidele, is actually the chairman of this ad hoc committee. With due respect to my brother, my very lovely brother, Senator Ekpeong, there may no need to set up another ad hoc committee on this, because we already have an ad hoc committee that engage on the security summit. And the last time we talked about security committee, we are very unanimous that if issues like this, we need to discuss them. One thing I know is that the security man that man your gate in the house knows much about security of your home, much more than yourself, who is the hegemon there. We can't be hegemonic in matter that concern life and property. We just have to submit ourselves, to what is expected. Finally, Mr. Senate President, I also join my colleagues, Senator Ekpeong and Senator Nigi. I submit myself in totality to the visitation, of anywhere in Benue where life of men, are threatened. I want to go there. I want to visit there. I want to be personally involved. And I know my colleagues here also want. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I think we should even go there. It's not the president of Nigeria alone that should be going to all these places. When it happens, let us go there. What are we afraid of? Life is life. It can terminate today, it can continue tomorrow. It matters not. But whatever we do will remain in history. So, Mr. President, I've decided to breach all security system and go there physically. Let us also go there and submit ourselves so that we can move forward. But let me say finally, I commend Mr. President for approving security summit. And with security summits being in place, being discussed by this Senate, it is very important that we are going to have solution, to security problem. Let distill fundamentally into various segments of Nigeria, the geographical zone. Let the security summit go and collect data. Let us engage the people in Benue. Let's go there on visitation. Let's collect data. What is the reason for this? There are hegemonic leaders there. There are chiefs there. There are cabinets there. There is a government there. There is security apparatus there. There is structure there. There is governor there. Is the chief security officer. Yet the lot of people are still short and brutish. This is completely unacceptable because we cannot be bringing that kind of distinct of inefficiency to Abuja and be calling on Mr. President every day to say, go and come to Benue. So I submit, with due respect to you, Mr. Senate President, that the security summit that this plenary has approved is the only fundamental solution, the only empirical evidence that can bring security to our country. We cannot afford to live in insecurity to understand security. Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President, and thank you, my distinguished colleague, for the opportunity to make some contributions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Sadiq Umar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, I am Sadiq Suleiman Umar, and I represent the decent and good people of Kwara North. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, security challenges in this country has been occurring repeatedly. And I can recall that even in the Ninth Senate, we've had this same summit that came up with excellent, recommendations. Here again, we are going to have another summit, which is good. It's never too much. Anything we have to do, provided it's going to lead to a solution. Mr. President, just this morning, in my senatorial district, in Lile village in Patigi, very early today, they've killed people too, including a father and a son. And this has always gone around all my local governments, from Baruten to Kayama to Moro, Edu. These killings have been ongoing with kidnappings and so on. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I've always insisted on this floor that the key to solving our security challenges is to have a three-way solution. The federal government is doing a lot, like everyone have said, and we thank the president for that leadership. But the real problem is in the communities, and the best solution is the federal government, the state government, and indeed the local communities with the local vigilantes, security agents have to work together. They need to collaborate, share resources, share intelligence, so that we can deal with this matter once and for all. And I'm aware that the federal government right now is collaborating with state government and indeed communities to root out this insecurity in our communities. But more needs to be done because there's a pilot going on, and I'm aware that in my state, a lot is going on, and we are very hopeful. So, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I think that the solution for security is not only kinetics, or we talking about it repeatedly here, but to really face this frontally by collaborating. State governments have to work closely with federal government, and the community leaders are actually the most important persons in this challenge. They have to be involved. They have to be empowered. Our local vigilante, local security have to be trained. They should be equipped. They should be given enough that will help them face this insecurity in our communities. So, Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope that we are able to solve this as soon as possible. Thank you.
This is my embarrassing. With sadness in my heart, we go to the prayers. Prayer 1. Commend Mr. President for directing the establishment of Stakeholders Committee to work for peace in Benue State. Those in support of the prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 2. Further commend Mr. President for encouraging the establishment of ranches as a permanent panacea to the headers farmers conflicts in the country. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 3. Condemn in the strongest terms the massacre in Yelewata and all acts of mass violence and killings against innocent Nigerians across the country. Those in support of prayer 3 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 4. All security agencies to investigate and bring the perpetrators to justice. Those in support of prayer 4 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 5. Call on the federal government to reconstruct the destroyed properties of the people. It should actually be reviewed. The destroyed properties of the people, compensate them for the huge losses, and to deploy more troops to the trouble areas in Benue State. Those in support of prayer 5 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 6. Observe 1 minute silence in honor of the more than 200 victims of the Yelewata massacre. Those in support of prayer 6 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. We can see the mood of the Senate, that people are very sad over this incident. And we pray that the security services working on the directives of Mr. President will soon bring a solution, because this is spreading, like Senator Omar Sadiq said, in his area. And then, of course, you know about the Plateau massacre and all that. It's going across the country. I don't want to read political connotation. I'll just take it as acts of terrorism and banditry. But I believe that investigation will unravel and bring the financiers and the perpetrators to book. And people should also know that outside here, we also have the final judgment before our Creator, God Almighty. So every act that we do, we shall account for them. This is unacceptable and is totally condemned by the Nigerian Senate. Our heart goes out to the victims, their families, and even to the wounded ones. We will do the needful. So let us observe 1 minute silence in honor of the dead. May the souls of our brothers and sisters massacred in a coordinated, unwarranted attacks in Yelewata community of Benue State and other affected communities in both Benue and other parts of Nigeria rest in perfect peace. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Senator, Senator Leader, just a minute. Senator Khalid said he has something very urgent. Is it in respect of insecurity too?
Sorry, it has to do with the killing in Mangu in Plateau State. Of our innocent people from Zaria on their way traveling to Kwampan to attend a wedding ceremony. They were attacked and killed. So the tension is
distinguished colleagues, Senator Mustafa Khalid also mentioned this, and though we've also read about it and we are aware of it, I believe we can rely on the provisions of Section 1B of our rules to take more than one of this motion today because of the urgent national importance attached to it. Those in support that he be allowed to proceed say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleague, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Ibrahim Khalid. I represent Kaduna North from Kaduna State. My motion is on the tragic killing of 12 wedding-bound travelers from Zaria, Kaduna State to Kwampan, Plateau State, and the urgent need to address rising insecurity and prevent further loss of innocent lives. The Senate note that on Friday, June 21st, 2025, at about 6 p.m., 12 innocent travelers joining from Zaria, Kaduna State to attend a wedding ceremony in Kwampan, local government area of Plateau State, tragically lost their lives in Mangun district of Mangu local government area of Plateau State. Also note that the victims were traveling in an official vehicle belonging to Ahmadu Bello University, which departed from Zaria, Kaduna State, but reportedly lost their way and inadvertently entered Mangu community, where they stopped to ask for direction to Kwampan. Further note that soon after the request for direction, the heartless youth attacked them and killed 12 people and set the vehicle ablaze. Equally note with great concern how an official vehicle belonging to a reputable university carrying men, women, and children to attend a wedding ceremony could be mistaken for that of terrorists, even in spite of the name of the university boldly inscribed in the vehicle and easily identifiable, could be associated with violence or criminality. Recall that the tragic killing of the innocent travelers in Plateau State is not an isolated incident, but part of the disturbing and recurring pattern of unchecked violence over the years. There have been several documented cases of attacks on non-combatant civilians and travelers, and no decisive government response has been recorded to forestall future occurrences. Concern that persistent killing of innocent travelers in Plateau State reflect a growing breakdown of law and order, which continues to undermine public trust in the capacity of government at all levels to protect lives and uphold the rule of law. Also concerned that failure to take prompt, decisive, and preventive action has emboldened non-state actors, normalized impunity, and created an atmosphere of fear and insecurity across affected communities. Further worried that this unchecked act of violence not only result in the tragic loss of innocent lives, but also threaten national cohesion, destruction of socio-economic activities, and the justice system, where citizens are left to their own devices in matters of security and justice. Accordingly resolved to, 1, condemn in strongest terms the brutal killing of 12 innocent wedding-bound travelers in Mangu district of Mangu local government area, Plateau State, as well as commiserate with the families of the victims and the government of Kaduna State over the tragic incidents. 2, mandate the Senate Committee on National Security, Intelligence, and Police Affairs and Defense to conduct a thorough investigation into the incident and make appropriate recommendation to the Senate. 3, urge the government of Plateau State and the federal government to pay compensation to the families of the victims of the incident and deploy more security personnel, including specialized units, to vulnerable areas in Plateau State and other parts of the country experiencing similar communal unrest, with particular focus on intelligence gathering, early warning system, and rapid response mechanism. 4, Also urge the Inspector General of Police to ensure the immediate arrest and prosecution of all those found culpable in this incident and other previous attacks on travelers and innocent civilians in Plateau State in accordance with the law. And finally, observe a minute's silence in honor of the 12 victims of Mangu tragedy and all other innocent lives lost to mindless violence in Plateau State. I so move. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Yes. Masha.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sunday Marshal Katung. I represent the people of Kaduna South Senatorial District. I'm from Kaduna State. I rise to second the motion as moved by my brother and colleague, Senator Kabib, and to also add that I align myself totally with all the prayers, because the impute or the inference from the memo and what transpired will amount to what the Bible describes as an eye for an eye, which means if we go by that, it will leave most of us either blind or half blind. And I also urge, like he stated in the memo, that a thorough investigation be conducted. And gratefully too, I heard that some people have been arrested. So if there's no punishment ascribed or seen to have been meted out to those who are involved, it will encourage others to continue to carry out such blatant activities. So for us here, we want to urge that the security agencies be more vigilant, because most of these things happened in urban places. It's not like an isolated environment. So there's need to be to deploy more intelligence and vigilance in such areas that are considered as flashpoints. So I totally align with the prayers and urge that the needful be done by the Senate and the government as a whole. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Ume.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name I've always reason to speak in all matters concerning security and killings of people in this country over the years. What we have today, I can liken it to say, like Benue, like Plateau, the same thing is happening in this axis. Apart from insurgency from the northeast and other places, over the years, we have been dealing with the same type of killings and massacre across this axis. And I'm only happy that last week, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did what I have been harping on each time this type of situation occurred, that the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter decisively. And last week, Mr. President did exactly that. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies, let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. This morning, it has gotten to 53. If the president had not given this marching order to the security agencies, probably today we'll be talking in hushed tones what happened in Benue. The same way it has happened in Plateau. There's no nature of killing that we have dealt in this Senate that is not gruesome in nature. The same style of killing people, opening the bowels of pregnant women, killing them as if they are goats. So I think that what has happened in Plateau is the same thing that what has been happening in the Benue. Mr. President, you were here in the 8th Senate. You were here as the minority leader. You recall that in April of 2018, 72 people were killed
in this place, this area of Benue State, 72 at a time. 2 weeks after, 17 people were murdered again in a church service, in a mass, including 2 priests. It was that day that we spoke here, everybody was angry. And in my contribution, I called on President Muhammad Buhari that if he failed to fish out these people in the next few days, that he should take the blame. The same day he made an order, like the president made an order last week, that these people must be fished out. Within 4 days, Mr. President, on Sunday, 4 people were arrested and paraded with AK-47 rifles. So it means that action can be taken, but through proper directive. So when we mourn and regret these tragic incidents, we want to urge Mr. President not to relent. Because the questions he asked in Benue last week to his service chiefs put them on their extra alert, and we have seen the results. So I thank Mr. President for what he has done, and let it be the fashion that people who are doing this will know that they cannot kill and disappear to the thin air. That's what I've been seeing both in Kogi, all places where they kill, no arrests are made. So this is a wake-up call. The way President has given this directive, let that directive remain constant in the minds of our security chiefs, that when they kill, Mr. President is expecting them to do something. So on this note, I will say that in as much as this thing is very regrettable, proper action will lead to proper results. So I believe that this is the way to go. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. And I want to thank distinguished Senator Mustafa Khalid for bringing this motion. I also saw this on television, and I was very saddened. Today has not been particularly joyful for me because bringing these memories back is very disturbing. One death in any part of Nigeria affects all parts of Nigeria and even globally, because life ought to be sacrosanct, and the killers are not. They are not relenting. They have no mercy. They have no empathy. And to kill 200 people, even the young people that burned, these people were traveling in a bus that was marked at a University of Zaria, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. So I don't know how somebody will go and kill and burn down and even burn the bodies and burn the bus at the same time. I mean, this is as if we are losing it under any guise. But maybe investigation will find out why they did what they did. And I believe that with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out, we will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked. Let me just hope that it's just the increase in terrorism and banditry. Otherwise, God will not allow those who are sponsoring these kind of things and financing these killings to go free. One day they will meet their end, but I hope very soon. So thank you for bringing this to the fore, and we'll just go straight into your prayers. Prayer 1. Condemn in strongest terms the brutal killing of the 12 innocent wedding-bound travelers in Mango district of Mango local government area of Plateau State, and also commiserate with the families of the victims and the government of Kaduna State over this tragic incident. Those in support of prayer 1, as enunciated, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 2, mandate the committees on national security and intelligence Police Affairs and Defense to conduct a thorough investigation into the incident and make appropriate recommendations to the Senate. I think this is very important. Committee on National Intelligence should from time to time bring periodic reports to the Senate. And intelligence is key. And if we have early intelligence, we can nip some of these things in the bud. I know that maybe there are more incidences that would have happened and than what has escaped the attention of security agents. So once in a while, please, from time to time, let's have quarterly reports from your committee on what is going on. Those in support of prayer 2, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 3, urge the government of Plateau State and the federal government of Nigeria to pay compensation on these 12 people that were killed to the families of the victims, and the incidents should be condemned in totality, and also deploy more security personnel, well, including specialized units to man vulnerable areas in Plateau State and other parts of the country. Those in support of prayer 3 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 4, urge the Inspector General of Police to ensure the immediate arrest and prosecution of all those found culpable in this incident, and also ensure that travelers and innocent civilians in Plateau State are protected in accordance with the law. Those in support of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. And finally, let us honor the 12 victims by observing a minute silence and praying for the repose of their souls. Those in support of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. May we rise for 1 minute silence to honor the souls of these macabre killings. May the souls of the 12 travelers from Zaria who were gruesomely murdered in Plateau State through no fault of theirs rest in perfect peace. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Ede Dafinone Omoya on the Chartered Institute of Planning of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 846. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Chartered Institute of Planning of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 846, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Chartered Institute of Planning of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 846, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, on National Productivity Center Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 848. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Productivity Center Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 848, first reading.
National Productivity Center Act National Productivity Center Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 848, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Kaila Samaila Dahua on the National Health Facility Regulatory Agency of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 861. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Health Facilities Regulatory Agency of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 861, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, National Health Facility Regulatory Agency of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, SB 861, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Abaribe Eyinaya Harcourt on the Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 862. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 862, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 862, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate. Senator Nader.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of Senator Moro Abba Patrick, the minority leader of the Senate, on the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 864. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Agricultural Research Council of Nigerian Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 864, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 864, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the sixth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Comrade Nwoye Tony on the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 865. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 865, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Act Amendment Bill 2025, SB 865, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators, the first order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the ad hoc committee on the emergency rule in Rivers State, on the 2025 Rivers State Appropriation Bill 2025 SB 842. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 28 May 2025. Mr. President, with your permission, I wish to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I support the motion that moved by the Senate leader for him to present the report of the Senate Ad hoc Committee on Oversight of Emergency Rule in Rivers State. I so second.
Yes. Yes. Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may wish to present the report. Distinguished Senate Leader, just give us a summary of the report, and thereafter we proceed to Committee of Supply to consider the details of the report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues.
Yes, please.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to present to this hallowed chamber the report of the Senate Ad hoc Committee on Rivers State Emergency Rule on the 2025 Rivers State Appropriation Bill. For the record, emergency rule, again, we emphasize, is not a substitute for democratic governance in any political climate. Rather, it is an extraordinary constitutional measure intended to restore order in times of disorder, promote peace in periods of conflict, and ensure stability where there is instability. The invocation of emergency rule in Rivers State is not an arbitrary action, but one rooted firmly in the provision of Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, along with other relevant legal instruments. Distinguished colleagues, as you are aware, these provisions legitimately empower both the Presidency and the National Assembly to act in the interest of national stability and constitutional governance. And Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, for want of time, and since everybody has a copy of this report, I am moving to the last paragraph of page 2,
You may recall that the 2025 Rivers State Appropriation Bill in the sum of 1,480,662,592,442 naira only was read by the President of the Senate on Tuesday, 27th May 2025, following a communication from the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, forwarding the bill. Subsequently, the Senate at its plenary session on the 28th of May 2025 debated on the general principles of the bill and thereafter referred same to the ad hoc committee on Rivers State Emergency Rule for further legislative action. In view of the urgency and sensitive nature of the matter, the committee was mandated to report back to the Senate within 1 week. Pursuant to this directive, on the 19th of June 2025, the committee held a meeting at the National Assembly with the sole administrator, Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekwe Ibas, CFR, retired, the Accountant General of the State, the Permanent Secretary, and other heads of various ministries, departments, and parastatals to obtain clarification and input on the provisions of the bill. The revenue expenditure projections. The details of revenue sources as provided in the proposal are stated below. Opening balance brought forward 220.843 billion, FAC 559.18 billion, independent revenues 360.460 billion, aids and grants 67.601 billion, capital development fund 34.87 billion naira, and loans and debt 250 billion naira. Expenditure: debt service 120.809 billion naira, recurrent non-debt expenditure 287.602 billion naira, and capital expenditure 1.077 trillion naira. Our observations and findings. The committee observed that 1. The 2025 Rivers State Appropriation Bill is consistent with the objectives of the emergency rule as it seeks to stabilize governance and ensure the continuity of essential public service in the state. 2. The proposed 2025 Rivers State government budget aligns with the strategic objectives outlined in the Rivers State Development Plan from 2017 to 2027. 3. Relevant MDAs provided justifications for their budgetary provisions. Notably, approximately 85% of the provisions in the current budget reflect continuity from the previous appropriation, ensuring completion of ongoing projects. 4. 72% of the proposed budget is allocated to capital projects. This allocation is aimed at driving economic recovery, prioritize capital-intensive projects, rehabilitation of critical infrastructure, and enhancing public sector efficiency. 5. The modest 28% allocation to recurrent expenditure underscores a deliberate effort to prioritize development-oriented spending, reflect prudent fiscal planning under the current emergency framework. 6. Given the nature of the current leadership of Rivers State government in terms of emergency rule, it is important that regular oversight of the implementation of the budget is carried out by the ad hoc committee. 7. The committee noted that 50 billion naira provision has been made in the current budget proposal to address the backlog of pensions and gratuity, which is estimated at 147 billion naira. 8. There was an upward review of the budget by 5 billion naira to cater for critical needs in the judiciary that were not captured in the submission by MDAs. Our recommendation: having carefully considered the provisions of the bill and the contributions of distinguished senators during the debate on its general principles, the committee hereby recommends that the Senate do consider and approve a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State the sum of the
the total sum of 1,485,662,592,442 naira only, of which 120 billion 809,305,904 naira only is for debt service. 287 billion 376,727,373 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 1,077 billion 250,859,164 naira only is for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025, with the accompanying schedules and details. In conclusion, on behalf of the ad hoc committee, we wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the President of the Senate, the leadership, and distinguished senators for their support throughout this process. I also commend the dedication and hard work of the committee members and secretariat staff of the committee who contributed to the successful conclusion of this important legislative assignment. We so submit, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Yes. Any comments? Yes, DSP.
Mr. President, I would just want to commend the committee under the leadership of the leader of the Senate for a job well done. Of course, we don't expect anything less than this in a committee that is headed by the leader of the Senate. And he has proved that he's actually the leader of the Senate because of the quality of the report. There's nothing one can add here. It's well structured, properly put together, and produced in the best manner possible. It's on this ground that I say without much ado, we should proceed to go to the Committee of Supply to go to the clause-by-clause consideration of the report. I say submit, Mr. President.
Chairman, appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekon, Ogun West Senatorial District. Mr. President, let me also join the Deputy Senate President to commend the ad hoc committee on this beautiful job. Mr. President, I looked at the recommendation of the committee and I could see that from the observation, the budget is well structured, with 72% of this budget going to capital expenditure. It is highly commendable. Highly commendable. That shows that the interim government in Rivers State is committed in delivering dividend of democracy to the people of Rivers State. And for the committee to as well do such a detailed job and giving a very good summary of the entire document is highly commendable. And it is on that note as well, Mr. President, I joined the DSP to let's go to the committee of the whole for the clause-by-clause consideration and giving our final approval on this particular document. Mr. President, I so submit. Thank you, sir. Committee of Supply.
Thank you, Senator Abiru.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Adetokunbo Abiru, and I represent Lagos East. Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, let me also join my other colleagues in commending the chairman of the ad hoc committee for a well-structured and delivered report. And in so doing, let me also mention that this submission is also people-oriented, because when you look at the recommendations,
This budget as presented also reflects 85% of the suspended government either to appropriation bill, which in itself will mean that it is a budget of continuity. And of course, it will also ensure that all the planned projects that had been earmarked even before the suspension will, the current administration will also keep pace with it. So on that note, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I also support that we should commend this to the committee of the whole in order to consider it properly. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
The Senate Leader, move a motion for us to revert to Committee of Supply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. I rise to move that the Senate now resolve the Committee of the Supply to enable a clause-by-clause consideration of this report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I support the motion that the Senate resolves into a Committee of Supply to consider the bill by clause. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that we revert to Committee of Supply to consider the clause-by-clause consideration of this report. Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the report on the Rivers State Appropriation 2025 SB 843. Those in support, the opening balance, total opening balance of 220,843,091,800 naira. Those in support that this form part of the appropriation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The government share of federation account, fact, projected 559 billion 181,424,479 naira. Those in support that this form part of the advice of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Independent revenues, total of 360 billion 460,799 million 568 naira. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Aids and grants projected at 67,601,830,699 naira. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Capital Development Fund, CDF receipts, total capital development of 34,879,557,210 naira. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Loans and debts estimated at the total sum of 250 billion. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Debt servicing 120 billion 809,305,905 naira. Those in support that this total debt service form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Recurrent non-debt expenditure 287 billion 602,427,374 naira. Those in support that this form part of the appropriation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Capital expenditure in the sum of 1,077,250,859,165 naira. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6. Those in support that the clauses 1 to 6 form part of the appropriation bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum, which is on page 4 of the report. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Interpretation clause 1. Those in support that this forms part of the appropriation bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, you said clause 1 to 6 instead of clause 1 to 8, because I have an observation on clause 7 by leave.
I'm going to clause 7.
Okay, fine, sir. Okay.
The short title on clause 6. Those in support that short title on clause 6 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, I'm about to jump to. I'm not jumping. I'm in clause 7 now.
Yes, sir, clause 7, Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted that the committee has made a handsome provision of 50 billion. And I could see my reservation on a very rich state like Rivers have a deficit of 147 billion, rightly enumerated by the committee, which means the committee must look at this particular clause as a priority in making sure that the sole administrator go on right now to start taking care of this pension and gratuity. A lot of people are dependent on this pension and gratuity. And when you see a deficit of 147, a sum of 50 billion is good enough, but let the committee see it as a priority in making sure that that money is out and then distributed to the beneficiaries promptly.
Committee, the leader of the committee, I think this is noted. And our actual committee, you are the chairman of the actual committee oversighting this. So please note what he has said and make it a priority. So the long title on page 1 forms part of the bill. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader of the Senate, we may wish to move a motion for the chair to report progress from the Committee of Supplies.
Mr. President, seated as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate do revert to plenary to enable the chairman to report progress. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, I second the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary to enable the chair report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that the chair reverse to plenary to enable the chair to report progress. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of Supply considered the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the Oversight of Emergency Rule in Rivers State on the Rivers State Appropriation Bill 2025 and approved as follows. Opening balance as recommended. Government share of Federation account, FAC, as recommended. Independent revenues as recommended. Aids and grants as recommended. Capital Development Fund, CDF, receivables as recommended. Loans and debts as recommended. Debt services as recommended. Recurrent non-debt expenditure as recommended. Capital expenditure as recommended. Aggregate expenses as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Short title as recommended. Long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of Supply? Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. I rise to move that the bill be now read for the third time. I so move.
The Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I second the motion that the bill be read a third time. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that this bill be now read a third time. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, I bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State, the sum of 1,662,592,442 naira, only of which 120,809,305,904 naira only is for debt service. 287,327,727,373 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 1,700,250,859,164 naira only is for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025. Third reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State, the total sum of 1,485,662,592,442 naira, only of which 120,809,305,904 naira only is for debt service, whilst the sum of 287,327,727,373 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 1,077,000,000 250,859,164 naira only is for capital expenditure for the year ending 31st day of December 2025. Third reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State, the total sum of 1,485,662,592,442 naira only, of which 120 billion 809,305,904 naira only is for debt service, whilst 287 billion 376,727,373 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 1,7,250,859,164 naira only is for capital expenditure for the year ending the 31st day of December 2025. Third reading taken and passed. Let me thank the leader of the Senate and all the members of the committee that worked on this for expeditiously doing this for the good people of Rivers State and by implication Nigeria, and pray that when well is executed, this budget will bring more dividends of democracy to the good people of Rivers State, lead to peace, development, and prosperity for the good people of Rivers State. Congratulations. At this point, I will want to step aside for another national assignment while the Deputy Senate President will carry on. I thank distinguished senators for their patience and their contributions, and even seeing the sober mood because of the insecurity that pervaded many parts of the country, which we are not happy about today. But I want to urge that the report of the ad hoc committee planning the security summit should come forth as quickly as possible to enable us have a holistic discussion with all stakeholders in the country, because security is everybody's business, to ensure a more safer nation that will bring in more foreign direct investment into this country and prosperity to our people. Thank you. Deputy Senate President. Senate Leader, distinguished colleagues, just one more duty before the Deputy Senate President takes over. I had intended doing this, but when my eye was browsing, I did not notice. A very important thing has happened in this country today. And I feel it's important that I bring it to your fore. to your knowledge. This is a letter from my colleague. Let me sit well for let me sit well for the no, let me sit well for the purpose of this. I'm guided by my colleague, the Deputy Senate President, because I think we will have to take a picture together. This is notice of defection from the Labour Party to the All Progressives Congress. This is very important for the benefit of this country and the peace of this nation. I write to respectfully notify the distinguished Senate through the office of the Senate President of my resignation from the Labour Party and my decision to officially join the All Progressives Congress. This decision follows extensive consultations with my constituents, my political stakeholders, my supporters across Edo South Senatorial District, who have expressed their desire to have me enter a party that will give our people national prominence and political relevance. I want to align my senatorial district with the development and the renewed hope agenda of the current administration. My defection is necessitated by irreconcilable internal crises and leadership challenges within the Labour Party, which have hampered my capacity to effectively represent and deliver on the true mandate of governance to the good people of Edo South. And this has accounted for the many complaints and tears that the senator had been heaping on me. I remain fully committed to the service of my constituents and the advancement of the democratic ideals of this Senate. Kindly accept the assurances of my highest regards as I request that this letter be read on the floor of the Nigerian Senate and appropriately documented. I want this to be documented because it will infringe on my right and privilege as a senator if I do not ensure that this is documented. Oh, this is signed by distinguished Senator Neda Imasuen, LLB, BL, MPA. And this is so important that I felt it is important I bring it to the notice of the Senate and for the documentation of the clerk of the Senate. Clerk, please ensure the documentation. May distinguished Senator Neda step forward as you move graciously to your new party. And please approach the chair for a handshake. Senate Leader, please bring your people.
When next you come,
You shall no longer labor in vain. You shall not labor in vain. Please touch him. From today, you will not labor in vain. You will no longer labor in vain. You will not labor in vain. You will not labor in vain.
Let your microphone pick.
You will not labor in vain. Amen. And your decision to leave a fractured party is noted and well documented. You will not labor in vain. You will not labor in vain. Welcome to the APC. That's a good one.
Chief Vic, can you restore order to the Senate?
Order, please. Look at it. Senator Padaunsi. Senator Ned Wonko, resume your seat. Senator Abdul Lingi, Senator Joel. Senator Jimo Ibrahim, resume your seats. Senator Osita is in also.
Yes. Thank you very much, our able Chief Whip, for restoring order to the Senate. The Senate leader, we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. The second order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the reports of the ad hoc committee on oversight of emergency rule in Rivers State on the following: screening of the chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, screening of the chairman and members of Rivers State Civil Service Commission, screening of the chairman and members of Rivers State Local Government Service Commission, and screening of the chairman and members of Rivers State Primary Health Care Management Board. Mr. President, with your permission, I wish to move the motion for the Senate to receive and consider the report. I so move.
Senator Victor Ume, can you second the motion? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Victor Ume, OFR. I rise to second the motion moved by the Senate leader for this report to be considered by the Senate. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader can proceed.
Come, I saw you in the TV. You're not carrying me along. I saw, I went on the center. I went not on.
Leader, you may wish to summarize your report because of a time constraint.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, with your permission, Mr. President, and believing that every distinguished senator has a copy each of these reports, I will just quickly go into our recommendations, observations and recommendations for each of the reports. And I start with the report of the Senate Committee on the screening of chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the Senate at its plenary on Thursday, 12 June 2025, considered the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief.
Order, please. Order, please. No. Order, please.
The Senate at its plenary on Thursday, 12 June 2025, considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the confirmation of nominees for appointment as chairmen and members of the following boards and agencies of Rivers State. 1. Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. 2. Rivers State Civil Service Commission. 3. Rivers State Local Government Service Commission. And 4. Rivers State Primary Health Management Board, and referred same to the committee via order of referral of 12 June 2025 for further legislative actions. The committee requested for and received the curriculum vitae and other accompanying documents, as well as the security clearances from the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Senate matters, who work with the various security agencies. Thereafter, the nominees were invited to appear before the committee for the screening on Tuesday, 17 June 2025 and Wednesday, 18 June 2025. The committee screened the nominees, whereby they answered questions relevant to the areas of their appointment to the satisfaction of the committee.
Order, please. Order, please.
Gentlemen.
Order, please.
General observations. At the end of each screening exercise, the committee deliberated on the nominees' suitability for appointment as chairmen and members of the boards and agencies and made the following observations and findings. 1. That the one nominee for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Primary Health Care Board, Victoria Boma Samuel, representing Ministry of Local Government Affairs as ex-officio, was stood down because she was not present for the screening. 2. That all the nominees screened satisfied the requirements of Section 200 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. For the avoidance of doubt, Section 200 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended stipulates in the following subsections. No person shall be qualified for appointment as a member of any of the bodies aforesaid if he is not qualified or if he is disqualified for election as a member of the House of Assembly. B. Within the preceding 10 years, he has been removed as a member of any of the bodies or as the holder of any other office on the ground of misconduct. 2. Any person employed in the public service of a state shall not be disqualified for appointment as chairman or member of any of such bodies, provided that where such person has been duly appointed, he shall, on his appointment, be deemed to have resigned his former office as from the date of the appointment. 3. No person shall be qualified for appointment to any of the bodies aforesaid if, having previously been appointed as a member, otherwise as an ex-officio member of that body, has been reappointed for a further term as a member of the same body. 3. That all the screened nominees possess cognate experience and are eminently qualified for appointment as chairmen and members of the boards and agencies for which they were nominated for appointment by Mr. President. 4. That the nominees' antecedents have made them fit and proper persons for appointment to occupy the offices of the chairmen and members of the boards and agencies in the Rivers State government for which they were nominated. 5. That the nominees were articulate and meticulous in their responses to questions directed at them by the committee during the screening exercise. 6. that there was no petition against the nomination of any of the nominees. And 7, that security checks on the nominees did not reveal any negative trace against the nominees. Our recommendations. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the Senate Ad hoc Committee on Oversight of Emergency Rule in Rivers State screened the following nominees. 7 nominees for confirmation of appointment of chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, 5 nominees for confirmation of appointment as chairman and members of the Rivers State Civil Service Commission, 7 nominees for confirmation of appointment as chairman and members of Rivers State Local Government Service Commission, and 14 nominees out of the 15 nominations for confirmation of appointment of chairman, executive director, and members of Rivers State Primary Health Care Management Board. That the Senate do confirm the nominations of the underlisted persons as chairman and members of Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. 1, Michael Ekpali Ode, PhD, chairman. 2,
I don't think you should read the name because the names are there already.
Yeah, the names are there. Please consider the names as listed. And then B, that the Senate do confirm as chairman and members of the Rivers State Civil Service Commission the 5 nominees hereunder listed, as contained in the reports that we all have. And C, also confirm for appointment as chairman and members of Rivers State Local Government Service Commission the 7 names hereunder listed, and 4, also confirm for appointment as chairman and executive director and members of Rivers State Primary Health Care Management Board the 14 names hereunder listed. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the committee, I wish to most sincerely again thank the Senate for the opportunity to serve in this regard. I so move.
Thank you, Leader, for once again producing a well-structured and very, very elaborate and well put together report. And I can guess there won't be anyone that would like to say anything here because the report is, all the reports were properly put together and straight to the point. You know, very, very. Oh, you want to say something? I thought without much ado, we'll move forward. But anyway.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate, Abdul Ahmed Ningi, representing Bauchi Central. And my observation is in regards to clause 311, even though you are coming to it, I'm just going to beg. I have personally approached the Senate leader as to the propriety or otherwise of bringing in someone from other states to chair a local election body. The Senate leader had time to discuss with me, and he told me initially they also raised this observation. But later on, they were brought copies of Supreme Court judgments as to the legality of anybody can work anywhere in any part of the country. Mr. Chairman, why I'm making this, let it be a record that myself, Dr. Abdul Ningi, objects and observe that if this thing becomes the norm, it is not going to do well going forward. Because I've been to River State almost 40 years ago, and I know the quality of people in River State. I do not see any logical reason why a riverman will not chair this electoral commission. That the committee has reported, I'm okay, but let it be a record that I don't see the necessity of having somebody from another state chairing a local election committee of another state. I so submit.
Well, I think there is, as long as the action or the appointment does not go contrary to the provision of our constitution, I think there's no problem with that. And besides that, even Sir Lamido, who was a governor, PDP governor, his chief press secretary was from Benue State. And they're all employees of the government. As we speak, even in Akwa Ibom, I think the advisor to the governor on security affairs is from the southwest. So, I mean, they are Nigerians, and as long as the constitution does not go, I mean, that appointment does not go contrary, there's no specific provision in the constitution that prohibits that. So I don't think there should be anything to worry about. We are guided by the grand norm of the country, which is the constitution. So I think we can now move motions so that we can go to the committee of the whole.
Mr. President.
Okay,
Mr. President.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. As my privilege, I also want to add my voice to this very, very important observation made by distinguished Senator Abdul Ningi. Let it be on record that I, Senator Mohammed Ali Ndume, I'm not against the appointment of whoever you recommended, but under the current circumstance and the fact that if today you want to interview 100 or even 1,000 qualified people for this position from Rivers, you will get it to choose from. Federal character, section 14.3 reflects that. And as he rightly said, we should not, as a Senate, just approve or think that what is being done is not against the Constitution. We are supposed to be guided by more than Constitution. We are supposed to be guided by the conscience. We are the highest decision-making body in this country politically. Please, please, I beg you in the name of God, because the history will be there. If there is nobody appropriately, if the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along. Thank you.
Chief Whip.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno Senatorial District. With all due respect to my leaders, Senator Abdul Ningi, who is a former leader in the Senate and a former leader in the House, and Senator Alindume, who is equally a leader in the House of Reps, my leader in the House of Reps, and a leader here. With all due respect, the Constitution is the grand norm of the land. So long as there is no inhibition, by way of constitutional prohibition, there is no constitutional inhibition. We are good to go. We are here to uphold the Constitution. In fact, we even swore to uphold the Constitution. And there is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the grand norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria. I can be governor in Lagos State if I am elected by the people of Lagos. I can be governor in Benue if the people of Benue elect me, I will be governor in Benue. Look, in the Second Republic, somebody from Borno,
excuse me,
contested and became member of House of Reps.
Order. Please, opposition senators, we protected you when you raised your observation. Now the chief whip is also equally giving out his own reasons. So you are protected. He's given full protection. I gave you full protection, so he's given full protection. Please allow him to ventilate his view. Thank you, Senator Nigi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to give an example. During the First Republic, one Ibrahim Imam from Borno State went and contested for House of Reps in Tipland in Benue State and represented Tipland in the House of Reps. So as a Nigerian, there is no constitutional prohibition. As a Nigerian, you can take up appointment anywhere. We are not talking about morality or public policy or something. We are talking about the Constitution, which is the grand norm of the land. And we are bound by the Constitution. And we sought to uphold the Constitution, which is what we are doing.
Sir.
Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. Let me say that while I appreciate the concern genuinely raised by distinguished Senator Ningi, and he discussed this issue with me before today's sitting, let me just appeal that this is not a matter that should be politicized. It's also not a matter for which reason there should be any form of grandstanding. It's also a matter on which, please, Senator Ndume, please. This matter does not call for any form of grandstanding. It is a constitutional matter. For any and every appointment, Mr. President, made pursuant to this constitution, two things always stand out as legal principles: eligibility criteria and disqualification. You may be eligible, but be disqualified. And the two are well spelled out in our constitution. For eligibility, our constitution says anyone to be so appointed into this position must be qualified for election into the State House of Assembly. You must be qualified. And the conditions for qualification for State of Assembly are stipulated in our constitution. So the person we are talking about, well educated, a Nigerian with a PhD, is eligible for election. The next question is he disqualified from holding this position? We, in the ad hoc committee, were the first to examine this issue. He's from Cross River. For the record, out of the 7 nominees, 6 are from River State, the members. The chairmanship nominee from Cross River. And we said, you are eminently, eligible, you are qualified. But are you not disqualified by the virtue of the fact that you are not a resident or a registered voter in the state, in River State? And the nominee was very clear that there's no section of the Constitution that disqualifies him from holding that position. We did not stop there, sir. We put it on hold, we consulted. And by the following day, the committee receives decided cases by the judiciary. Now, this is why I'm saying there is no need for grandstanding. The courts have held that you don't have to be a registered voter in a particular state to be able to hold such an appointment. However, rather than grandstand, if we as a parliament disagree with the court on this, what is expected of us is to bring a bill and legislate it into action, into existence, that before you can hold such a position in another state, we now spell out the rule and say you must be a registered voter, you must be a resident. Otherwise, one, in the Constitution, there is nothing that disqualifies him. In case law, as decided by the judiciary, he is eminently qualified because registration as a voter is not a condition for appointment. So either way, either in the Constitution or in case law, the man is eligible, and that's why our committee has so recommended him. Politically, we also asked the administrator, and the administrator said, dear distinguished members of this committee, the case of Rivers is a peculiar situation. It's an emergency rule. I have all the respect for the people of Rivers State. All the 6 other members, the 6 members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get. Not only someone who will just be neutral, but someone, I mean, not only that will be neutral, we want to be seen as being transparently neutral. And this is part of their transparency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leader. Leader, you've eloquently dealt with this matter. And besides that, the head of service of Abia State, as we speak, Mr. Benson, is from Edo State. And nobody's complaining about that. But this is, look, excuse. Order, please. Order, please. Please do not bother. It's pure, see, Leader, it's pure politics. Because it's coming from APC. In Abia, head of service from Edo, who is talking about that? So please write on. Let's move the motion. If you then we'll put the vote. When we come there, we'll put the entirety to vote. So let's put the vote so that we go to the committee of whole. And when we come, we have received enough contributions. Well, as a leader, as a minority leader, I'll give you the chance to speak. But after that, we go to the committee of whole. Then we put the nomination to vote.
Thank you.
If you want to defeat it. If it goes, fine.
No.
I want to. They can't defeat it. It's politics. Order, please. Order, please. It's politics. In Edo State, excuse me. In Abia State, the head of service of Abia State, Mr. Benson, is from Edo State. And nobody saying anything about that. Labour Party. But now, because APC has done something which will allow for neutrality, you are now attacking it. It's politics. So you can go on. We'll put the vote.
Mr. President, excuse me, I have the floor. Mr. President, I thank you for this privilege. But I want to say here that it is not from here that politics is creeping into this discussion. Quite frankly, because we are looking at Rivers State under an emergency rule, under an administrator that ordinarily is not supposed to be a member of APC. That's what it means. And so, what we are saying here is this. The report has been laid. I'm not sure that anybody is objecting to the report per se. You know, because something happened, something dramatic happened this afternoon on the floor of the Senate, where the chairman of Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petition breached all things that are ethical and left his house to another house.
Leader.
Point of order.
Today, Mr. President, we are saying that if 6 people from Rivers can be members of the Electoral Committee, what stops the 7th person from coming from Rivers? But if in the wisdom of the extraordinary leader there, he picks somebody from outside Rivers, one, he's from Cross River, and you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a Cross River person again to become chairman of the Electoral Commission.
Order, please. Minority, 1 second remaining. 1 second.
At the end of the day, if you say it's politics, there's no problem with it because we are all politicians and it's politics that brought us here. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to be talking law here. I'm talking about ethics. And so, Mr. President, what you want to hear is that we are going to take this report. From this side, we are going to take this report. But let it be known that at least we have some concerns about what is going on there. Because in the first place, this is an emergency rule.
Your time is all, I'm sorry. Your time is all, Leader.
Less than 3 months.
Your time is off.
Have you been keeping time? This is somebody who has less than 3 months.
Order.
Leader 4 months to stay. When is he going to conduct this election? When is he going to inaugurate this election? Because
your time is off. Your time is off.
So if you want to, we can support you to do bad things. So at the end of the day,
your time is off. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. But I think that let us sound a note of warning here that we should not impute politics into everything that everybody says, because we are all concerned and we have our own views. We can express our opinions, Majority opinion will always carry. After all, you are majority now. But allow us to express ourselves.
Thank you very much. I think I didn't, because he's a minority leader, I didn't want to stop him. Otherwise, he ventured into something different from what we are, what is the issue, because he brought the issue of the campaign of the campaign of. The privilege given to you went into complain about someone leaving Labour Party to APC. So you see, politics have been brought into this debate. But as a minority leader, order, please. As a minority leader, I had to give you that respect. So I don't want what we are discussing, this national issue. I don't want politics to be brought into it. I mean, this is something to do about the government of River State, about the people of River State, about the well-being of the people of River State. So let's not bring in politics into it. So for that reason, let's now have the leader move the motion so that we go to the committee of the whole to continue to process this request by Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. I now rise to move that the Senate do resolve in the committee of the whole for further consideration of this report. I so move.
Can you still look second?
Mr. President, don't be worried. I will second the motion that the Senate resolves into the committee of the whole to consider the report. I so second.
Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
But in case there is none, this is to guide you.
Will the Senate approve the nominations of Mr. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, for appointment as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 2, will the Senate approve the nomination of Bira Lezasi Lini for appointment as a member of the River State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor Arthur N. Chuebere, JP, for appointment as a member of the River State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor Woki Godfrey Ngozi for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor Mrs. Joyce Orone Akan Ninwo for appointment as member of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Chidi Ebenezer Halliday for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues.
River State Civil Service Commission. Approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Baricol Livinus Baribuma for appointment as chairman of the River State Civil Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ambassador Lot Peter Egopija for appointment as a member of the River State Civil Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the appointment of Eve Ere Bestman for appointment as a member of the River State Civil Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the appointment of Obiaju Joy for appointment as a member of the River State Civil Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the appointment of Harry Charity Leod for appointment as member of the Rivers State Civil Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Rivers State Local Government Service Commission. Approval. Will the Senate approve the appointment? Will the Senate approve the nomination of Sir Israel Nwoka Amadi for appointment as chairman of Rivers State Local Government Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Point of order. Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move pursuant to Order 8 sub 3 of our rules that we do extend the time to enable us sit beyond 3 p.m. I so move, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I support the motion moved by the Senate Leader that the Senate extends time to enable the Senate conclude other items on the order paper. I so second.
Will the Senate approve the nomination for of Christabel Ewu George Didia for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Local Government Service Commission? Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Tonye D. Willie Pepple for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Local Government Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I don't want Nigi to say the vote. Nobody say anything. He will decide to go to court because of that. So the ayes have it. Yes. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ewo Okweni Richard for appointment as a member of the River State Local Government Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ofik Emmanuel Gomiruwo for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Local Government Service Commission. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Samuel Apiafi for appointment as a member of the Rivers State Local Government Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So let's go to the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board. Approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Dawari Ebiatela George for appointment as chairman of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the appointment of Dr. Chitura Adele for appointment as Executive Director of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, thank you, Senator Ningi. Will the Senate approve the appointment of Kaladara Korubu for appointment? Sorry, will the Senate approve the nomination of Kaladara Korubu for appointment as a member of the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Benjamin Osaro Laka Osaro for appointment as a member of the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Obu Manu Inye Hana, as well as Robinson Basi Grace Inyeri and Dr. Alagbala Michael Barifa and Dr. Asetuboy Sunday, as well as Alabo Dagogo and Dr. Kamelita Ekenyi Akporobe and Dr. Ngochidua James Ipobari, as well as Dr. Clifford Nyubuchi Paul and Elder Luke Oranga, as well as Romeo Osima Osikariari, all for appointment as members of the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as chair, and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate now revert to plenary to enable the chairman report progress. I so move.
Leader.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, I second the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary to enable the chair report progress. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion moved by the leader and seconded by the one leader, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Report. The Senate, the Committee of the Whole, consider the report of the Hardcore Committee on Oversight of Emergency Rule in Rivers State on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Approved, not INEC. Remove, the INEC is not there. Just the Rivers State Independent National Electoral Commission. That's all. Approved the nomination of 1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, Chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, Member. Professor Arthur N. Chuemeri, JP, Member. Professor Woki Godfrey Ngozi, Member. Professor Joyce Oroni Kaninwo, Member. Bruce Olive Agbomma, Member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, Member. As chairman and members of the River State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Yes. Thank you, Senator Ningi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole. I think we finish up before. Report B. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole consider a report of the Annual Committee on Oversight of Emergency Rule River State on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as chairman and members of the River State Civil Service Commission, and approve the nomination of 1. Bariko Livinus Baribuma, chairman. Ambassador Lut Peter Ogbopija, member. Maiv Ere Besman, member. Obiaju Joy, member. Harry Charoti, member, as chairman and members of the River State Civil Service Commission. If this is true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole. The third report. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole consider the report of the House Committee on Oversight of Emergency Rule in River State on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as chairman and members of the River State Local Government Service Commission. 1. Sir Israel Nwoka Amadi, chairman. Wandem Linus Onyenu Chia, member. Christabel Egu George Didia, member. Dr. Tonye D. Willie Pepo, member. Ewo Okpeni Richard, member. Ofik Emmanuel Gomiruo, member. Samuel Apiafi, member. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Yes. The next report, the last but not the least. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole consider the report of the Annual Committee on Oversight Emergency Rule in Rivers State on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as chairman and members of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board, and approve the nominations of 1. Dr. Dawari Ibiatela George, chairman. Dr. Chituru Adele, executive director. Kaladada Kurubu, member. Dr. Benjamin Osaru Laka Osaru, member. Obo Manu Inye Hana, member. Robinson Basi, Grace Chinyeri, member. Dr. Alagala Michael Barifa, member. Dr. Asetu Bubi, member. Alabo Dagogo, Rep, Minister of Health. Dr. Kamelita Ekenyi Agboru Berry, representative for the Minister of representative of Minister of Women Affairs. Ngochidua James Epobari, PS, Minister of Finance. Clifford Onyebuchi Paul, Reps, Algon, River State. Elder Luke Orang, Reps, LG Civil Service Commission. Romeo Osima Osi Iso Kariari, Reps, Minister of Justice. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Oh, in that confirmation. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mr. Michael, that is for River State Electoral Commission? Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mr. Michael Akwali Ode, PhD Chairman, Toribira Zahasil Lenene, member, Professor Ato Chumere, JP, member, Professor Woke, Godfrey Ngozi, member, Professor Mrs. Joyce Oroneni Akaniwo, member, Bruce Olive Ogboma, member, Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, member. Those in favor of this confirmation, please say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Okay. Will the Senate confirm the nomination? Will the Senate confirm the nomination of the following person as chairman and members of River State Civil Service Commission? Bariko Livinus Baribuma, chairman. Ambassador Lut Peter Ebo Pija, member. Naive Eri Besban, member. Oreajo Joy, member. Harry Charity Lloyd, member. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the appointment So, will the Senate confirm the appointments, confirm the nomination of the following persons as chairman and members of the River State Local Government Service Commission? Sir Israel Moka Amadi, chairman. Nwandem Linus Onye Nuchia, member. Christabel Egu George Didia, member. Dr. Toye D. Willie Pepple, member. Ewo Okpeni Richard, member. Ofik Emmanuel Omiru, member. Samuel Apiafi, member. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of the following persons as chairman and members of the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board? Number one, Dr. Dawari Ibietela George, chairman. Dr. Chituru Adeli, executive director. Kala Dada Kurubo, member. Dr. Benjamin Osaro Laka Osaro, member. Obu Manu Inye Hana, member. Robinson Basi Grace Sinyeri, member. Dr. Alagala Michael Barifa, member. Dr. Asetu Bobe Sunday, member. Alabo Dagogo, Reps, Minister of Health. Dr. Kamelita Ekenyi Agboru Berry, Representative, Minister of Women Affairs. Ngo Chidoa James Apobari, PS, PAMSED, Minister of Finance. Clifford Onyebuchi Paul, Representative, Algon River State. Elder Luke Orang, Representative, Local Government Service Commission. Romeo Osima Iso Kariari, Representative, Ministry of Justice. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So thank you very much. We've confirmed all the nominees. Thank you very much. So, leader, being the chairman of the committee, you've done a wonderful job. We're proud of you. You've been very diligent in going through the papers, the pedigrees of the nominees, and the Senate as a whole also did very well in scrutinizing your report, which of course was very, very clear and straight to the point, and everything was captured. All the necessities that need to be known by senators were all encapsulated in the report. You've done a wonderful job. We are proud of you, yourself and members of your committee. More grace to your elbow. Thank you very much. Leader of the Senate. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. The third order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs on the 2025 budget proposal of the Nigerian Customs Service. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Jibril Issa to move the motion for the Senate to receive and consider the report of the committee.
Senator Issa Jibril, the former deputy chairman to the appropriation committee chairman in the 9th Senate, and now chairman of the custom committee. You may wish to present your report.
Very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs on the 2025 budget proposal of the Nigeria Customs Service. I so move. Please, let me start.
Senator Solomon Olamilekon, you may wish to second the motion moved by former deputy. I forgot to say Your Excellency, so let me begin to prepare to learn how to say His Excellency before the time comes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekon, representing Ogun West Senatorial District. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Customs, Senator Jibril Issa. I so second.
But you refuse to add that your former deputy. So those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. We wish to present your report.
Thank you very much.
You can lay before you. So when you go summarize, just summarize your report. Go to the recommendation and observation and recommendation.
Your Excellency, President of the Senate, very distinguished colleagues, once again, thank you very much. I will go through this and I will be as precise as possible. It is pertinent to note that the 2025 budget, Nigeria Customs Service budget, has been harmonized with the House of Representatives. So whatever I'm going to present now has since been harmonized by the House of Reps. I just want us to have that understanding. Okay, now going straight to the performance of customs in 2024. The revenue budget target for customs in 2024 was 5,069,866,085 naira 50 kobo. Okay, that was the overall target that was given to them, and they were able to generate a total revenue of 6,105,341,040,784 naira 34 kobo. That means that they exceeded their target by about 20%. Okay. Now, in comparison to 2023, the increase in the revenue amounted to almost about 90%. The performance of the agency in 2024 will have been a lot better, but for the loss attributable to duty exemptions, waivers, and concessions, and then the issue of government policy measure that exempted payments of custom duties and import VAT on some essential food items in 2024. Now, with respect to expenditure in 2024, the personnel cost was about 94,366,295,402 naira 82 kobo, representing about 43.53% of the entire expenditure. Overhead cost was about 56,8,325,951.98, representing about 46.34% of the expenditure. The capital expenditure was about 172,294,398,142.24, representing about 46.73% of the total expenditure. And then the performance of the budget will have been a lot better but for an issue that has been raging, and we have all along tried to resolve it, but we have not been able to resolve it. That has to do with the non-collection of 4% free on board, okay, as enshrined in the Nigeria Customs Act 2023 as amended, which invariably limits the funds available for execution of projects. Then we also have issues related to, with respect to capital projects, we also have issues related to approval processes that I want to say they are cumbersome, both at the ministerial and federal executive council levels. Assumptions for 2025 budget, policy assumptions for personnel cost. The personnel cost is based on the proposed revised Nigeria Customs Service salary structure. The nominal rule used in computing the personnel cost is based on the establishment number of 16,245 and the proposed recruitment of 3,927 cadets for 2024-25 fiscal year. There is also provision for payment of annual premium on group life assurance and other related insurance policies. Then there's provision for 13th month salary. Policy assumptions for overhead. The overhead is mainly driven by provision for training and retraining of officers. Provision is also made to equip the Nigeria Customs Services sufficiently for anti-smuggling activities. Then there is also provision for maintenance of building services, fueling, and others. There is also provision for repairs, maintenance. These are mainly basically standard provisions. Provision is also made for transfer, disturbance allowance, patrician allowances, and duty allowances. The provision policy assumptions for capital expenditure. The capital cost estimate made provision for the completion of Nigeria Customs Services new corporate headquarters in Abuja here. There is also provision for construction, renovation of new customs cantonment, customs university, training colleges, accommodation at the headquarters and zones and area commands of Nigeria Customs Services. There's also provision for operational official vehicles, and there's provision for transformers, power generating sets, and there's also provision for computers, hardware, software, and software. I want to state here that some of the projects here, okay, were actually supposed to have been executed in 2024, but they couldn't execute them, so they've been rolled over to 2025. The key strategies to drive the budget for 2025 are as follows. The Customs Modernization Project, with the introduction of the newly launched Unified Customs Information System, provides a platform for full automation of all customs procedures, which is expected to enhance revenue collection efficiency. There's also the introduction of more scanners across most customs formations to ensure efficiency of the commission of the agency. Then, with accelerated clearance and timely release of goods, the floating exchange rate will remain favorable to trade. There's also capacity building through training and recruitment, and a continuous stakeholders engagement is also very important. Revenue target for 2025. The revenue target for the Nigeria Customs Service 2025 is estimated at 6,584,597,366,914.33 kobo. The breakdown is there on page 8 of my presentation. Okay. The proposed expenditure for 2025. The proposed budget expenditure for 2025 is 1,132,548,855 naira, 205 naira, 0.88 kobo. Okay. The breakdown is also as follows. Personnel cost is about 247,156. Sorry, the personnel cost is 247,156,436,799.26 kobo, representing about 21.8%, but 82% of the total expenditure expected in 2025. Overhead cost is estimated at 239,973,932,653 naira 35 kobo, amounting to about 21.19% of the total cost. Then for the capital component, we have the ongoing capital projects and the new capital projects. For the ongoing, we have 331,236,559 naira 785 kobo for the ongoing capital projects. For the new projects proposed, we have 332,181,925,965 naira. The subtotal of that comes to about 645.4 billion. The total amount, both capital and both capital, personnel, overhead, everything comes to 1,132,548,000. No, sorry, 1,132,548,855 naira 205.88 kobo, amounting to 100%. Recommendation: the committee hereby recommends as follows: that the revenue target of 6,584,597,366,914 naira 33 kobo for the financial year 2025 be approved, and that the expenditure of 1,132,548,855,205 naira 88 kobo should equally be approved for the 2025 fiscal year. In conclusion, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the members of the committee, I thank the leadership and distinguished colleagues for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I so submit.
Thank you, Senator Solomon Olame-Lekan. You want to
Thank you
say
very
something
much,
about the report?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me commend the chairman of the committee for the job well done. But, Mr. President, I have some reservation. Number one, the cost of collection for custom is not 4%. Yes, I know that the 4% is statutory. There are other sources of revenue for Nigerian custom. And I know for a known fact that under the maybe sugar council or so, there is certain amount of revenue that is paid or collected by Nigerian custom that is like a central pool. Because this soft 4% is not sacrosanct. I can testify to that. And I want the chairman to expatiate on this. That's one. Number two, Mr. President, I observe that the previous year's budget of Nigerian custom was 700 and something billion, out of which their performance was less than half of that proposed budget. In 2025, that budget has increased from 700 and something to 1.1 trillion naira. And in the submission of the chairman, he made it known to us that the total revenue budgeted for Nigerian custom was 5 trillion. And that revenue was surpassed to the tune of about 6.5 trillion naira. And 4% of that, if put together, comes to about maybe 250, 260 billion, thereabouts. Again, the revenue projection for this year is what they achieved last year, is what they are now proposing as the revenue target. I want the chairman to also expatiate further. What is his take on this budget of the Nigerian Customs Service in terms of, one, if what you are budgeting for and what you are generating as your own revenue is not enough to meet your expenditure of the agencies. And this has repeated itself. This is the first year, this second year, the third year. It's the same tradition. Budgeted 700 and something billion last year. You were able to achieve only less than 40 something, 49%. And this year, that same budget grew to about 1.1 trillion naira. And we don't know how or where this revenue is coming from to fund this budget. And as I've said, I want the chairman to also explain that the revenue of Nigerian custom is not only 4%. I know Nigerian custom move around 7% thereabouts. Yeah? Okay, 7%, you're right. Because I know that the FRS is 4%.
So if seven, because in your report, I observed that you said sources of revenue, you mentioned 4%. So I was thinking you would give us the other breakdown, but you were silent on that. So it was in that. So I want him to please let us just understand the overall perspective and objective of this budget and how the Nigerian Customs Service intends to achieve all these set targets. And if you observe their capital expenditure, I observe that we have brought forward and also that this ongoing project and new project amounting to about 654 billion. So, Mr. President, I am disturbed and I'm worried. But I think the chairman will be in the best position to give explanation to all these observations. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abiru. Adetokunbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my distinguished colleagues. My name is Adetokunbo Abiru, and I represent Lagos East. Mr. Chairman and my distinguished colleagues, I also would like to commend the chairman of this committee for this report. But just like Senator Olamilekon mentioned, I also have concerns around the details of this budget. And my comments will be not too far from what Senator Adiola just mentioned. They will center around both the revenue performance and, of course, the expenditure projections. Now, this is a time when we need as much revenue as we can to actually support all of the aspirations of the federal government. And I recall that immediately after the budget session pertaining to this particular budget, in the media, part of what was reported was that the committee had stretched this budget to 10 trillion. You know, and of course, and if you take it from what Senator Adiola said, if you look at the performance of 2024, with a budget projection of 5 trillion, they achieved about 6 trillion, which is about 21% growth. Now, in 2025, you are now projecting for 6.5 trillion, which is just about 7%. And this is a year and a period when all of the compliments from the executive, when you look at the tax reforms and all of that, so we expect that this budget, the revenue budget, should be properly stretched. And I thought that that was what informed what I had in the news media, saying that this budget had been stretched to 10 trillion. But I'm still seeing 6.5 trillion there, and it's a source of concern. We have to help the government and help the country. This is an agency that possibly can help in sourcing this revenue. That is on the revenue side. Now, speaking on the expenditure side, I am equally concerned about the expenditure. Mr. President, again, on the expenditure side, just like Senator Adiola mentioned again, in 2024, the budget, the expenditure budget was about 706 or 60 billion. And let me be precise. If you can look at page 4 of the report, 706 billion, of which only 322 billion was achieved. I will commend them. I'll commend the agency for that. But now, in 2025, when you had a budget actual performance of 322 billion, you are now stretching expenditure to 1 trillion. It is very, 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 very disturbing. And in particular, I would like the chairman to explain in the components of the expenditure. An example, the personnel. I don't know what has happened with the personnel, Mr. President. In 2024, total budget for personnel in 2024 was just 94 billion naira. Now, I don't know whether they've employed more people, you know, or what will inform a projection of just 1 minute, Mr. President. Yeah, if the personnel cost for 2025 is now projected at 247 billion, which is 3 times of what the actual was in 2024. So exactly what is going on? Are we employing more people? And if that is the case, explain to us and justify. Equally, on the overhead cost, you are moving from 56 billion to 239 billion. We also need justification. Because for me, I think these are areas where we can actually, you know, get more revenues that we can put to more, to some other agencies that are also craving. I hope the chairman of this committee will be able to address all of these concerns. Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Thank
One
you.
other comment, then we allow the chairman to give answers. Senator Fadamsi.
Thank
Chairman,
you,
I think you should listen so that you can.
Mr. President, well, I will commend the effort of the chairman for at least he has tried his best to give us this report. But the reservations are only three. Number one, the cost of collections they are using, and which was approved by Nigerian Custom Act 2023, is 4%. But, Mr. Chairman, but suddenly the service changed to 7% without recourse back to the National Assembly, which makes what they were doing illegal. And we proved it to them, and they said they have consulted stakeholders before they change the Act of Parliament, which made them to collect 4% to 7% without coming back to National Assembly. But because they will run their budget so that there will be no hitch, temporarily we approve until we make this report back to the Senate so that we will now take a decision whether what they have done, what they have computed is wrong or not. Two, if you look at the budget from 2023, that is Ali zone, this new administration zone, and the next one, you will see, according to what appropriation has dictated, duplications upon duplications of projects. And now that we are looking for revenue, we took a decision that all the revenue coming in must be accounted for, including auction, including overtime containers, which will have given federal government trillions of naira. So we dictated a lot of revenue leakages, which should be blocked. And we agree with the chairman that we have to call in. Today, we will have met Minister of Finance, just to come and shed light. He is the chairman of the board. But we made a mistake. Since we were keeping longer, the minister has gone. Then two, why their collection of duty is going down? It's because they changed the platform, that is the service providers that they have been using, from Web Protein to Odogu. Who are the owners of this Odogu? The stakeholders, which is bringing the revenue down. These are the areas we have to look into by the Senate, because we have to send again for the Comptroller General to come and explain himself on why all this.
Thank you. We now yield the floor to the chairman to respond to the observations that were raised. Chairman,
thank you very much.
Respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to appreciate my colleagues for their very well thought out observations. I will provide answers to their concerns. First, on the issue of the 7% cost, okay, that is what is in vogue now, okay? But like Senator Fadamsi mentioned, what they are actually supposed to base their income on is the 4% FOB, okay? That is what they are supposed to be. But the 4% or collection of the 4% FOB has been stalled, and we want to meet with the minister so that that can be reinstated. As soon as that is done, the issue of this 7% cost of collection will be off. And the 4% FOB is a much more better source of revenue for them than the 7% that they are talking about now. Then on the issue of the expenditures, okay? In 2023, some of the projects they wanted to embark on, they couldn't. roll those projects to 2024 and similarly to 2025. Okay, so they've been carrying up this, also carrying up, rolling over some of these projects. Okay, and that is why a lot has been scheduled here for 2025. Some of the projects that were earmarked in the last 2 years, they could not complete them and they needed to roll them over. Then, with respect to the income projection, please, can you hold it? With respect to income projection, the figure they have used here, revenue target, is the one that they took from the MTEF. It's as enshrined in the MTEF. But we told them that given their performance, robust performance in 2024, we expect them to do a lot more than this. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, you agree with me that they have to use a benchmark. And the benchmark they decided to use is what is known nationally, MTEF. They picked it. But we now told them that yes, we are going to use this as the base, but we expect you to do a lot better. So by half of the year, or the next, by half year, for example, there will be opportunity for us to review their income target forward, upward. But as it is now, they are using a figure based on MTEF. No, sorry. You still want to? Okay. You want to? Then, with respect to the expenditures, you know, if my colleagues go through the documents with them, and I'm also happy that Senator Abiru is a member of our committee. He has all the assumptions. The assumptions underlining all these personnel costs, overhead costs, they are all there. They are all there. Okay? The issue of personnel, for example, Mr. President, they are going to get in over 3,000 additional hands. And it's not just the salary. There are various other entitlements apart from the salary when those staff come in. And we believe that they need that sizable addition of staff to be able to actualize their dreams of safeguarding our borders, of protecting us, of doing all that is necessary to keep customs services afloat. The same thing with overhead. I actually went through all the components of the overhead. They are here, even in this summarized form. They are all here. So they are all justifiable. But on the whole, like I did say, we want a situation where by middle of the financial year, they should come up to us for a review. We believe that there will be a review. But as it stands now, the base they have used is the MTEF, and which I think is defendable.
Thank you. Senator Ningi, then Senator Olamilekan, and then we'll move on.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I think two very germane points raised, both by the Olamilekan and Abiru, that we have not actually captured. Whether or not it should be the MTEP that should be the variables. The 2025 budget was actually not passed on the strength of the MTEP. That is the lacuna. The national budget was not based on the MTEP. Secondly, the chairman has actually tried to now encapsulate the reasons for the omission, not total omission of the 4% to 7%. However, if you look at the order paper today, we were told, both by chairman and Padaosi, that they needed the minister to come before the committee to be able to address these issues. In view of that, sir, my thing is we can go ahead, pass it, and then expect the committee to now come back with whatever resolve they have with the minister. And that is the way out, I think, we should go about it. Because a lot of people are members of this committee, and they have signed. So if we drop this in, we don't know when they bring it back.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Last but not least, Senator Solomon Olamin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will want to toe the line of my brother, Senator Ningi, that we allow this document to go, because if I could refresh our memory, as we are passing the national budget, we also passed amended MTEF. And the reason is that the figures in the MTEF that was brought before us has been touched. And one of those items that was addressed was the Nigerian Customs Service, among of which we are looking for additional revenue. In one of our discussions with the CG Custom, he assured that yes, additional revenue can come from
tariff on tobacco and some other items, but it needs presidential approval. And that approval has since been given. But what we are saying, or alerting the chairman of the committee to know, is that the MTEF upon which this document was predicated upon is no longer in use. But as you have said, if they surpass their revenue target, it should reflect in their document. But going forward, I want to appeal to the chairman to please try and explore all documents before going ahead in attending to such sensitive situation, because the expenditure column of this does not reflect what we have. Because already I think what was passed was close to 10 trillion as budget of Nigerian Customs Service. So I'm pleading and I'm telling the chairman to please let's pass this document, but the chairman should be more vigilant and also make sure he pay attention to the details so that he can have a robust document that will be acceptable to all of us. Thank you, Mr. President. I so submit.
Senator Nduzi, we give you 2 minutes so that we can round up, and then you are not satisfied with his answers?
Okay,
but
thank
even
you,
though you are a member
Mr.
of the committee.
President, my respected colleagues, I remain Andus Amutar Mohammed. When I am in the House of Representatives, the situation in the customs service is almost the same thing. Because if you look at the ongoing project, it was carried in the last year budget. So there is no moral justification for bringing it because it was appropriated in the something. We have a serious issue with the former Colonel
Hamid Ali.
Colonel, we have that issue. We disagree with it. So now it was carried in 2025 budget. So why year in, year out, the customs are always bringing ongoing project? For what? Because the money is appropriated in 2024. So there is no justification whatsoever. Taxpayers' money will be up to 300 and something billion will be taken as a ongoing project. So, Mr. President, my respected colleagues, the taxpayers' money must be preserved by this hollow chamber, and we must be responsible enough to make sure that, looking at the situation Nigerians are, the Nigerians are in hunger, are in a serious dilemma. There is challenges in insecurity. There is challenges in the debt servicing. There is challenges in the different aspect of economy. So, Mr. President and my respected colleagues, we don't need to pass this budget. We have to have a forensic and audited approach to what they are doing in the custom, because they are the revenue hub of the country. So there is no reason, Mr. President, my respected colleagues, to pass this budget for posterity reason. So I'm against the passing of this budget. We have to go through it honestly and review all the activities of the spending before we make sure that the budget was passed for posterity reason. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Biru.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name again is Senator Adetokunbo Abiru. Mr. President, can I go ahead? No, I need them to listen. Hello, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you once again, Mr. President. Mr. President, you see, I listened to the explanations around the MTEF, and to an extent, I would say I agree on the revenue side. But again, I still have the serious concerns with the expenditure side. I say I have a serious concern. I cannot be part of an approval that will be estimating revenue 3 times within a period of 1 year, 3 times the size of what was done in 2024. I don't think we have had enough justification for it. And I'm speaking to personnel and overhead cost. We are not talking little amount of money. We are talking of a differential of 150 billion. You know, almost 300 billion for the two lines. And I think that there is need for, Mr. President, sir, I believe there is need for proper scrutiny regarding the expenditure side. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, you've heard the complaints, you have the reservations various senators have in respect of what is going on in custom. Senator Abiru is a member of your committee, and he's vehement in his view about what is going on there. So what you need to do in this regard is to sharpen your oversight instrument, sharpen it very well, and go in there and do your work in the best manner possible. You and your members of the committee, including Senator Abiru, let them be on their toes, because we can't play with custom. That's the heart of our revenue. Oversight is the key. So we are going to, we'll put the question, but what we need from you is to double your oversight effort. And the leadership of the Senate will also be watching you. You need to report to us monthly on what is going on there. Bring facts and figures. Let us know this is what has been gotten, in detail. Because we need revenue. We need money. The federal government needs money to implement the lofty ideas that the president has, for develop this country. So we can't toy with the custom. We can't toy with custom. So we need to sharpen. You need to sharpen your oversight apparatus. Let them be on their toes. Give us reports every month. Every month, Senator Ngi, you can sit down. Let's deal with this matter. Every month we should have a report in respect to what's going on there, in terms of revenue, in terms of expenditure, everything. And of course, the Chairman of Operation Committee said it. The projection you've given is short, compared to what we expect from you, from what we expect from custom. Go and play your game very well there. Let's have what is expected. We have on record what we think should be the revenue, and we are going to watch what is going on through you. So we have every confidence in you and your members. You were Deputy Chairman of Finance Committee. You did very well in the 9th Senate, and we do not have doubt about your competence and members of your committee, because you have people that are serious, people that are well grounded in the area of finance and banking and so on and so forth. Senator Abiru is one of you there. All right, you are an economist, so please go and up your game. Chairman, you up your game. You see, leader is talking to everybody, is concerned, because we need more revenue. More revenue accruals to the government. Because without money, the president will not be able to implement his lofty idea for the development of this country. He wants to bring prosperity to our nation. Without money, he can't do that. And custom is very, very important in this regard. So please, I'll put the question, but with the caveat. Every month, bring a report to us, to the leadership, for us to peruse and then know what to do about what is going on there. So recommendation 1, I put the question. The committee hereby recommends as follows: that the revenue target of 6 trillion 584 billion 597 million. 6 trillion 584 billion 5.
Mr. President, I want to say this, that the revenue you are reading out, don't forget that we have passed a different revenue target for the Appropriation Act of the Senate, of the national budget.
Do you have what is the revenue?
No, I don't have the figure here right now. But what I would suggest, sir, we should go directly. We should go directly to the customs budget, starting with the 1.1 trillion that they have said, and we pass it vis-a-vis alongside their expenditure. That is their budget. The revenue reported, the 6.5 trillion,
reported is just a basis to give us where they are deriving revenue to defray their expenditure from. So I suggest that we go straight by saying let's pass the 1.1 trillion, then their corresponding expenditure, and that will be the budget of the Nigerian custom for 2025, without using the revenue projection of 6.5. Yes.
So I think,
sir, let me say this: the 6.5 trillion. I'm coming, sir. The revenue of 6.5 trillion is for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is not for Nigerian custom. Nigerian custom generates this revenue on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and certain percentage of this revenue is what constitutes the original custom revenue upon which their expenditure will be defrayed for. So if we are passing their budget, we should pass their budget vis-a-vis their own revenue and their corresponding expenditure, because the total expenditure of about 654 billion is not going to be defrayed from the 6.5 trillion. It's only certain percentage of that 6.5 trillion upon which they will defray that expenditure from. So when we are passing budget, we cannot pass the revenue of the Federal Republic of Nigeria again, and that will form part of addition in the national. And I think the clerk can advise better that what I'm saying now is that it is that percentage portion of that revenue that belongs to Nigerian custom, and it is from there they are going to defray their capital, their overhead, and their personnel. That's their own budget, not the 6.5 trillion. The 6.5 trillion is revenue generated by Nigerian custom on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And for
listen, order, please. Order. See, I think he is making sense here. The other aspect in terms of revenue project have been passed, during the appropriation process, and you see, you cannot go back to that alone. I think we should be concerned about their own internal workings. Yes, so I think the second recommendation is what is at stake here. Let's leave the first one. The first one has been taken care of in the national budget. A law has been passed in respect to that. You understand? Because there's an act already. Already is an act existing. So you don't need again to come back to what has been passed, into law. So I think it's making sense. What he said is germane here, is apt. So now let's go to recommendation 2. That the expenditure of 1,132,548,855,205 naira 88 kobo only be approved for 2025 financial year. Those So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for what you've done. Your report is quite articulate, even though the facts are really what senators raise observation to, and we all agree that we are going to you are going to sharpen your oversight apparatus to make sure that you have you go along to make sure that what is wanted is really what is going to be done in what we want, what we feel that to be in the interest of nation is what is going to be done in custom. So we thank you very much for what you've done, and more grace to your elbows. What the chairman is talking about is that the revenue projection is as captured in the MTF, captured in the act that has been passed. You refer back to you go there, you see it. Go to the MTF, you see there. Chairman appropriation, please. He wants a copy. You can give it tomorrow. You give it tomorrow. Senate, and the leader says he wants. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Leader, let's.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, it's been quite a day here on the floor of the Senate, and I am not unmindful of the other engagements by distinguished senators, but I have, Mr. President, the special request of the minority leader that distinguished colleagues should please allow us take the fourth order of the day before we adjourn. And the fourth order of the day is the second reading of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bills 2025, SBs 144, 105, 39, and 864. The civil senators will recall that these bills were read the first time in this chamber on Thursday, 5th October 2023, Wednesday, 4th October 2023, and Wednesday, 25th June 2025, respectively. Mr. President, with your permission, Mr. President, with your permission, I move that these bills be read the second time. And in support of my motion, Mr. President, I have this short lead debate. Sponsors of the bill are Senate Leader, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Joel Onowakpo Thomas, and Senator Garba Musa Meidoki. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead the debate of these very important bills which seek to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act, Cap 812, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to make provisions for the establishment of the following colleges. 1. Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies in Efonalaye, Ekiti State, and Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Afasio, Edo State, respectively. 2. Federal College of Aquatic Studies, Ole, Delta State. 3. Federal College of Fisheries and Aquatic Studies, Argungu, Kebbi State. And 4. Federal Colleges of Agriculture and Technology, Opialu, Ojabo, Benue State. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the establishment of these colleges signify a bold step towards not only addressing the educational needs of the populace, but it will also serve as training ground for the development of agriculturists in the country. Agriculture, with its allied sectors, is unquestionably the largest livelihood provider, more also in the rural areas, and can contribute significantly to the GDP. Demand for agricultural products is rising rapidly with increase in population and per capita income and growing demand from industrial sector. The proposed colleges will provide the holistic development of agriculture and tropical knowledge and skills, and the telescopic vision on the future that will help them contribute to the acceleration of agricultural growth and enhance farmers' income and generate employment in the sector. This will give the students a platform to enable the country to achieve self-sufficiency in food, reduce poverty, and bring economic transformation to millions of rural families. The objectives of these bills among other things, are to encourage the advancement of learning and to hold out to all persons without distinction of race, creed, sex, or political conviction the opportunity of acquiring tertiary education in agriculture, fisheries, aquatic, and tropical studies, to act as agents and catalysts through postgraduate training, research, and innovation for the effective and economic utilization, exploitation, and conservation of the country's agriculture resources, and to offer to the general population, particularly in the area of agriculture and tropical studies, as a form of public service, the results of training and research, and to foster the practical applications of these results. Mr. President, my highly respected colleagues, the establishment of these colleges respectively are crucial towards unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria's agricultural resources, as well as improve economic activities in these areas and environs. In line with our Order 76 of 3, the compendia of financial implications are hereby attached for the respective bills. It is in view of this and many more valid points that cannot be exhausted in this short debate that I urge you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, to please support these bills and recommend their accelerated passage. I thank you.
Well, these bills are very familiar to all of us, so there's no point for any debate. Those in favor that this bill be now read second time, please say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The clerk of the Senate. Oh, sorry. Bring it.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, I bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria to establish the Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Ifo Alaye Ekiti State, and Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Afeshio, Edo State, and for other related matters, 2025, SB 144, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, I bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, Cap 812 Law of the Federation. Okay. Law of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to make provision for the establishment of the Federal College of Fishery and Aquatic Science, Isoko South Delta State, and for related matters, 2025. Second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators. Okay. That is a matter Isoko no. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish the Federal College of Fishery and Marine Technology, Yaure, KB State, and for related matters, 2025, SB 39, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Number 1, 2025, and to make provision for the change of name of the college from Federal College of Agricultural Technology, Opianu, Ojapo, Benue State, to Federal College of Agriculture and Technology, Opialu, Ojapo, Benue State, and for related matters, 2025, SB 864, second reading.
A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria to establish Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Efon Alaye, Ekiti State, and Federal College of Agriculture and Tropical Studies in Afashio, Edo State. Afashu, Edo State. Efon Alaye, Edo State, and for other related matters. 2025, second reading, SB 115, second reading taken. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Cap A12 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to make provision for the establishment of Federal College of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences, EMEDA, Isoko South, Delta State. And for related matters, 2025, second reading, SB 105, second reading taken. A bill for an act to establish the Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, Yauri, Kebbi State. And for related matters, SB 39, second reading taken. The leader of the Senate. Oh, sorry. There's one. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act number 2025, number 1, 2025, to make provision for the change of name of the college from Federal College of Agricultural Technology, Opia Lu Ojapo, Benue State, to Federal College of Agriculture and Technology, Opia Lu Ojapo, Benue State, and for related matters, 2025, second reading, 2025 SB 864, second reading taken. The leader of the Senate. These bills are referred to the Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions to report back to the Senate within 1 week. Leader of the Senate.
No debate will finish it now.
Mr.
5 minutes.
Mr. President, may I crave your indulgence and indulgence of our distinguished colleagues for us to listen to the Chief Whip for just a few seconds on how best to proceed.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I am craving for your indulgence that these two items that is on the order paper does not elicit much debate, and they were on the order paper since yesterday. So I am craving for your indulgence so that these two can be taken instead of always recurring in our order paper. One is my own motion, and then the other is for the deputy leader of the Senate. Please, I'm praying for your indulgence. Please, 5 minutes will be through. Yes, sir.
No, it's not wasting time. You. Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, further to the very passionate appeal by the Chief Whip, may I now announce that the fifth order of the day is the second reading of the Federal Polytechnic Act, Bill 2025. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read for the first time in this chamber on Wednesday, 14th May 2025. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Yisa Ashiru Oyelola to move the motion for the bill to be read for a second time.
Distinguished Deputy Senate Leader.
Your Excellency, Mr. Senate President, I'm Senator Oyelola Ashiru, representing the good people of Kwara South in Kwara State. Your Excellency, this bill is about Federal University, conversion to Federal University of Technology of existing Federal Polytechnic.
Distinguished Senator, you don't need to read all that literature. Just go to the recommendation. Because we are familiar with bills that are structured for the upgrade of university polytechnics.
Yes.
When you look at your back, you see the Senate Chairman of Appropriations. The Federal Polytechnic Ilaro was upgraded to Federal University Ilaro.
Yes.
So we are familiar with this. You may not even read the.
Yes, Mr. President,
you can just say this is what you want, and then we move forward.
Yeah, it is pertinent to know that this bill had previously gone through all stages of legislation in the ninth assembly, but unfortunately did not receive presidential assent because of a lapse of time. Mr. President, there are good justification for.
Excuse me, distinguished colleagues. Senator Isa Ashiru's bill is about the upgrading of Federal Polytechnic offer. That popular polytechnic to be transformed to university. That's what he wants. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk of the Senate. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, I bill for an act to amend the Federal Universities of Technology Act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology of Kwara State by upgrading the Federal Polytechnic of Kwara State from a diploma awarding institution to a degree awarding institution and for other related matters. 2025, SB 789, second reading.
A bill for that to amend the Federal Universities of Technology Act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology offer, Kwara State, by upgrading the Federal Polytechnic offer, Kwara State, from a diploma awarding institution to a degree awarding institution and for related matters. 2025, second reading taken. The bill is referred to the Committee on Tertiary Institution and Third Fund to report back within 4 weeks. We commend you for this bill, and it shows that you are concerned about the educational aspiration of your people. If this is done for you, I'm sure it will benefit the people of Fan and those neighboring local governments, and it will be better for the entire area. So we wish you good luck. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will not go ahead with one of the remaining two orders because Senator Sadiq is not here. And then we would like to say that the sixth and final order of the day is a motion standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Mongono Mohammed Tahir on the commendation of troops of Operation Hadin Kai of the Nigerian Armed Forces in the fight against terrorist attacks in Buratai and Malam Fatori areas of Borno State. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Mongono Mohammed Tahir to move the motion.
Senator Mongono.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohammed Tahir Mongono. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. With the indulgence of the Senate and in view of the move of the Senate, I will not go read my motion in total, but rather I will adumbrate on what is contained in the motion. Mr. President, distinguished senators, this motion was brought against the background of the resilience, the determination, as well as the enthusiasm displayed in the party spirit of the troops of Operation Hadin Kai in not only repelling Boko Haram attack on one of my local governments, Abadam, and one other local government in Burute town, in the local government of Borno South, but also for the gallant troops to reclaim about half of communities that are in one of my local government that are hitherto under the complete control of Boko Haram. But as a result of the determination and the party spirit of the troops of Operation Hiding Kai, they were not only able to repel the attack on the headquarters of Abadam local government, Malam Potori, but they are able to reclaim communities that are hitherto under the tight control of Boko Haram, and also neutralize one of the notorious terrorist leaders by name Abu Fatima, that there is a bounty of about 100 million naira on his head, who was also neutralized, and all these communities are reclaimed, and in the process, a lot of the terrorists have carried heavy casualty in the process, and we lost some of our troops in the process. So therefore, the motion is merely to commend the Nigerian military armed forces, particularly Operation Hiding Kai, for that fight, and also commiserate with them over the loss of the troops, because this will serve as a moral booster. It will ginger their morale to do more in future. Therefore, my prayer is...
Chairman Ami, come on, wait to second the motion.
Commend the Nigerian armed forces, especially the troops of Operation Hiding Kai, for their patriotism and bravery in foiling the attacks by the terrorists, and commiserate with the Nigerian military and the families of the brave officers who lost their lives in the line of duty to their fatherland. And then observe as amend the motion to also include as a third prayer, observe a minute silence in honor of those soldiers that lost their lives in the process. Thank you.
Chairman Ami, just second the motion. And maybe say a few words, just...
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Abdulaziz Musa Radua, representing Katsina Central. I rise to second the motion by the Chief Whip in commending the Nigerian Army, for what they did in the Northeast by repelling the bandits. I so second.
Thank you. Okay, now we go to the prayers. Commend the Nigerian Armed Forces, especially the troops of Operation Hiding Kai, for their patriotism and bravery in foiling the attempted attacks by the terrorists. Those in favor of this prayer, please say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Commiserate with the Nigerian military and the families of the brave officers who lost their lives in the line of duty to their fatherland. Those in favor of this prayer, say aye. Those against, those in favor of this prayer is armed forces, are gallant men and women in the armed forces. We should hear you shout. Those in favor of the prayer, please say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. This has further...
Additional prayer. I think we should have a 1 minute.
It's not here.
Additional prayer.
Okay. Those in favor that there should be a minute silence in honor of those that lost their lives, our gallant men and women in uniform that lost their life, please say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Before we have the 1 minute silence, let me emphasize, or let me say that it's because of this motion. That's why we decided to remain in this chamber up to this time, because we feel that we should honor our men and women in uniform who are working day and night to protect the sovereignty of our nation and to protect us. And we feel that we should commend them for what they've been doing, particularly in the area mentioned in this motion. That's why we decided to stay up to this time, so that we can have this motion debated, because we feel our men and women in uniform deserve this honor, because they are doing all they can, our gallant men and women, to protect the territorial integrity of this nation and also to protect us. We commend them, and we pray for them at all times, that may God reward them abundantly. So we now stand for the 1 minute silence. May the souls of the brave and gallant officers who lost their lives in the line of duty to safeguard us, to safeguard our territorial integrity, rest in perfect peace. Okay, now having exhausted and having stayed to debate this important motion in respect of our gallant men and women in the military, I think it's time we call it a day, and the study session is hereby adjourned till the 26th day of the month of June at 11 a.m. prompt.
President.